Mr. Sergeant at Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand, and the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing through the Pledge of Allegiance. Representative Kumar will serve as chaplain of the day. Representative Kumar.
In our readings of biblical scripture, by the time we get to chapter 12 of the Gospel of Mark, Christ is well known. He is referred to as a teacher. Some call him the rabbi. Others believe he is the Messiah. He has visited the temple and turned the tables on money changers. When he returns the next day, a lawyer, a legal eagle of his day, plans to question the Messiah, sort of an interview, imagine that. Of all the commandments, which is the most important, he asked. Jesus answers, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all your strength." And then he drops the big pearl. The second is this, he says, "Love your neighbor as yourself. There is no commandment greater than that." "Well said, teacher," the man replied. "You are right in saying that God is one and there is no other than him. To love him with all your heart, with all your understanding, with all your strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself is more important than all the burnt offerings and sacrifices." Mr. Speaker, honorable members and staff, honored guests, please join me in prayer. Almighty God, we come to you with thanks and prayers. We thank you for the gifts of life and liberty, love and family, and this amazing creation of yours that we call our universe. We thank you for the air we breathe, the water that we drink, the earth that we walk upon. We thank you for the seed that we sow and the fruit that we harvest. We thank you for the gift that is America and the goodness of America. Despite these great blessings and many, many more, O Lord, we have not learned to love each other as you told us to do. Ours is a troubled world, O Lord. Human nature being what it is, we have failed to realize the futility of war, whether with weapons or words. We have failed to realize the harm it brings to your children. We live in a divided world. Sadly, we also live in a divided nation and a divided society. Our hearts are still heavy from the tragedy of just over a year ago. There continue to be tragic events still in our nation and in our world. Make us pause, make us think, make us gather towards your goodness. We know that America will stop being great when America stops being good. We ask your presence among us and in our hearts. We pray that you will mend our flaws. For our foolishness, we seek your wisdom. For our weakness, we seek your strength. For our wandering, we seek your direction. For our failures, O Lord, we seek your guidance. Loving you should not divide us. Loving you should not divide us. Help us and guide us. To make us one, you even sent your Son. Dear God, please unite us. This we pray in the name of your Son. Amen.
Representative Kumar will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Marsh here. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 93 members present.
Let the journal reflect that Representative Hakeem is excused. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the Sergeant at Arms escort our guests into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, escort the guest into the well. Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 734 by Representative Powell, a resolution to recognize and congratulate the Valor College Prep Boys Soccer Team TSSAA Class 2A State Champions. Whereas the members of this General Assembly are pleased to especially honor and commend those successful young athletes who, through their magnificent exploits, bring honor to Tennessee and serve as exceptional ambassadors of this state. And where such estimable young Tennesseans are the members of the Valor College Prep Boys Soccer Team who won the Tennessee Secondary School Athletic Association Class 2A State Championship on May 26, 2023 in Murfreesboro. And whereas the Valor College Prep Wildcats are in their fourth competing year in varsity athletics and secured the school's first state title with a 1-0 victory against Greenville High School after winning 4-3 in penalty kicks. And whereas without a home field, the team practices at the Metro Soccer Complex and plays home games at the Rose Park at Belmont University. And whereas under the leadership of Coach Paul Elkins, who secured his 50th career win in just 3 seasons, the Valor College Prep Wildcats are the first public school team in Davidson County to win a soccer state championship, finishing their season 17-4-3. And whereas displaying a great sportsmanship and outstanding character, both individually and collectively, the players and coaches of the Valor College Prep Boys soccer team conducted themselves in a manner befitting the integrity of the state of Tennessee. And whereas the young men's noteworthy achievements, both on and off the field, are a tremendous source of pride for their families, their classmates at Valor College Prep, and the entire community. And whereas the Valor College Prep Boys soccer team displayed uncommon talent, determination, and perseverance in the quest for athletic excellence, and it is wholly fitting that the members of this team should be commended. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives, the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we congratulate the members and coaches of the Valor College Prep Boys soccer team on winning the TSSAA Class 2A State Championship and extend to them our best wishes for continued success in all their future endeavors.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to congratulate these young, fine young men up here for winning the Class AA state champion for the state of Tennessee. I'm proud to have Valor College Prep in my district, District 53. They have faced many challenges, but they've persevered. And I'll let the coach and the director of athletics say something to that. But wanted to point out they won 1-0. This is their second trip to the state championship. They won 4-3 on penalty kicks. So it was a very exciting win and beat Greenville High School. So sorry, Representative Hawk. But we're proud of these boys and their coaches and everything that they've instilled in them. And I'm proud of the fact that Valor, they truly believe and embody diversity in their school culture and everything they do. And so you see wonderful diversity that represents my district, the city of Nashville, the state of Tennessee, and that's what's fine thing that we should all celebrate about not just Valor, but about our state. So with that, Mr. Speaker, if I could introduce Cameron Hill, who's the Managing Director of Athletics, to make some remarks.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you all for having us here today. We are really excited. As they mentioned, we are the first public school from Davidson County to ever win a soccer state championship. I would be remiss without mentioning we were able to do this without a home field. So we played all of our games on the road. We practice wherever we can fit the team in across the city of Nashville. So that added an extra layer of difficulty to be able to accomplish what this team was able to accomplish last year without having a home field. So that's to say we're still undefeated at home because we don't have a home field. I also want to recognize our 7 graduated seniors who graduated last year. They're all in college right now, so they couldn't join us today. But we did want to recognize that all 7 of our seniors graduated last year. I also want to recognize our 4 players who made the all-state team last year. Jad Rame, Mitchell York, Japheth Padilla, and Daniel Jimenez Rodriguez, two who are with us here today. And then 2 who are also freshmen in college, and we'll recognize those 7 seniors: Sam El Maliki, Rams Fadley, Joseph Khalil, Jad Rame, Will Shaver, Raymond Teclesenbet, and Mitchell York. So let's give another round of applause for those seniors who graduated. And thank you for my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could now have the head varsity boys soccer coach, Paul Elkins, be recognized.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you guys all for having us today. I think Coach Hill basically said it all, but we're really grateful to represent our school and to represent Nashville and to have accomplished something that was historic. And we're just really grateful to be here. We thank you all for applauding our efforts and to be recognized that way. So thank you very much for having us today. We really appreciate it.
Representative Powell.
Mr. Speaker, if you would, join us in the well for a picture.
Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the Sergeant of Arms escort our guest into the chamber.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guests to the well. Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk read the resolution.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution 1308 by Representative Travis, a resolution to honor Kelly Lang upon the song Under a Tennessee Moon being designated as official state song by the General Assembly. Whereas the members of this General Assembly take great pleasure in recognizing a musical artist who has written a poignant song that captures the very essence of the volunteer state, and whereas Kelly Lang's Under a Tennessee Moon was designated as an official state song by an act of the General Assembly in March 2024, and whereas in the lyrics of Under the Tennessee Moon feature prominent destinations and institutions unique to the state, such as the Grand Ole Opry, Beale Street, Graceland, and the Peabody Hotel, while highlighting venerable music figures such as Merle Haggard, George Jones, Johnny Cash, June Carter, and Elvis Presley. And whereas a Tennessean by choice for 38 years, Kelly Lang is a gifted songwriter who has lovingly described the diverse elements of the volunteer state from Memphis to Mountain City in Under a Tennessee Moon. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the Senate concurring, that we honor and congratulate Kelly Lang upon her song Under a Tennessee Moon being designated as an official state song by the General Assembly. Thank her for writing this masterpiece and extend to her our best wishes for much continued success.
Representative Travis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it is an honor and privilege for me to stand here today. I don't know if anybody went to the waltz in 2022 for the State Museum fundraiser where Kelly did the song Under a Tennessee Moon. Absolutely fabulous. Talks about Tennessee and the beauty of this. And she was asked by her mother to write this song while they were driving down a road one day. And Kelly took that on and wrote such a beautiful song. So I would ask you all this weekend to pull up Kelly Lang's information and listen to what our state song will be in the state of Tennessee. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Miss Kelly Lang.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to, first of all, thank you all for having me here today. It's such an honor. I wrote a few points because I'm so nervous. I'm used to being around the Opry, not such dignitaries, so pardon my nerves. First of all, I want to thank God for my ability to rhyme and to put music to words. I want to thank Representative Ron Travis. Thank you so much for having me and for representing this song to present to you. Senator Ed Jackson, Senator Bo Watson. I also want to thank Sharon Dennis and Nancy Russell from the museum. They were very advocate for me to have the song in front of you all. And of course, Cole Hunter has been so kind. I want to also thank my PR agent, Scott Sexton here. He was just so important to get this song presented to all of them in the first place. And happy birthday to you, Scott. Yeah. Yeah. I am so grateful to have my husband, country singer T.G. Shepherd, with me today. He's been such a support to me. Yes. He's had 22 #1 hits, so I'm super proud of him. And in turn, he's very proud of me today, too. So it's really exciting to have him. My daughter Peyton is up in the galley. And, you know, I'm a almost 20-year breast cancer survivor. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so grateful to have my daughter here because she's seen the lows of lows in my life, and she's seen what I think today is the high of highs. So I'm grateful that you're here, and I just want you to know, never give up, baby. Never give up, okay? Okay, so I wrote the song for my mother, like you said, and my mother's 86 years old, and she unfortunately is not healthy enough to be here with me today. I was in the hospital with her last night until midnight, so this is, it's really hard for me to sing this, but I would like to sing my song for you guys if you're open to that. Yeah. Okay. All right, hang on. We're gonna try this with a little speaker so you guys love me through this, okay? Here we go. And then I'm gonna make sure we are on modern technology, eh? Okay. Make sure where the song is. Oh dear. You want to talk for a sec?
Oh, yeah. This is great. This is pretty good to start the weekend with these guys up here.
Okay. That's not the one that I want. Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna adjust you up too.
Okay.
Scott should be over here.
Down here in Nashville, the music plays on. We still love the Opry, Haggard and Jones. So many have left us, like Johnny and June. They lay to rest here under a Tennessee moon. I left my heart up in East Tennessee, where the mountains were glowing with golden red leaves. I meet my maker every time I go through. Oh no. It eases my soul under a Tennessee moon. Tennessee River, it runs through my veins. I still love to hear Smoky Mountain rain of all of the places I have been to. I want to grow under a Tennessee moon. Down there on Beale Street, they still sing the blues. I love the Peabody and the great rendezvous, right? The king lived at Graceland, Lord, he left us too soon. You know, it's never been the same under a Tennessee moon. Sweet magnolia blowing in the wind, it takes me back home again. Tennessee River, it runs through my veins. I still love to hear Smoky Mountain rain. All of the places I want to grow under a Tennessee moon. 'Cause everything's sweeter under a Tennessee moon.
Representative Travis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What'd you think about the song? Was that not something? That is our song now in the state of Tennessee. Thank you, Kelly, so much for doing that. TG, thank you for coming. Scott, happy birthday. Good luck on your tour today. I know you've got that. Mr. Speaker, will you come down for a picture, please?
Welcoming and honoring. Does anybody have any welcoming and honoring, any recognition? Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if I could, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence for my father-in-law. My father-in-law, Joe Curiel. When he was 20 years old, he moved to America from Iraq. He learned to speak our language. He became an engineer, moved to the higher levels of the Ford Motor Company and higher levels of Magnavox, worked right here in Tennessee. It's the daddy of my best friend, my soulmate, Miriam. He turned 89 this week, and he went home to be with the Lord this week. He sponsored hundreds of family members that moved here from his country. They became great Americans, integrated their doctors, lawyers, professionals. And I just want to give a shout out and honor him.
Thank you. Anyone seeking recognition? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker, and want to honor and recognize so many hundreds of people who came out yesterday. There was an extraordinary demonstration here at the People's House outside, advocating for justice, advocating for action, that we do things to protect our kids and our communities, not arm teachers, not defund our public universities, not pass laws that will proliferate the issue of gun violence. And so just want to honor all of those who are doing the hard work, as I explained to one of my colleagues, the hard work and the important work of building the movement for justice rooted in love. And so thank you all for showing up, for being organized, for mobilizing, for being activated, and persistence does and will pay off in the end. Appreciate you being here still in this Capitol where they've segregated the seats even more. You still show up and still speak up, and it means a lot. And so thank you all, and let us not get weary in well-doing.
Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say a special birthday. I'm going to look at the camera right here, to my grandmother, my Lola. Happy 75th birthday to you. You were my first teacher about love and justice. You're the one who taught me to stand up to bullies. You're the one who taught me to care for our environment, Lola. You're the one who taught me about our indigenous culture. And so I remember your wisdom that you say, kapag binato ng bato, batuhin mo ng tinapay. And so we remember that we will not become like our opponents. We will not become like our enemies, but we will be ground ourselves in love and our creator and our ancestors. We'll continue to fight for kapayapaan, peace. We'll continue to fight for kalayaan, for freedom. We'll continue to fight for bayanihan, the care of community. And so Lola, maligayang kaarawan, happy birthday to you. I'm so grateful for you. I know you watch these sessions, but know that your prayers have protected me in this seat. Your prayers have protected me in this chamber. And so no weapon formed against us shall prosper, Lola. The ancestors, the creator are with us. Happy birthday to you. Happy 75th birthday. I wish I could be with you, but we're here leaning into the lessons that you taught me. I love you, Lola. Thank you.
Representative Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I would like to highlight a wonderful company that's located in Covington, Tennessee, the Charms Factory, the maker of blow pops of the world. And I have brought the sweet treat to the chambers today. And please come by my desk and help yourself. I would love to share that with you. And thank you for all the times you've bought them. And please keep buying them. But thank you.
Representative Bang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the return of Chris Brooks, who grew up in Southeast Tennessee. He's been a labor organizer, and he is working with UAW right now, who just started their vote count. And so solidarity with workers and the auto workers across the state, and best of luck.
Representative Grales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several years back, I met a young man by the name of John Coble Garrett from Northwest Tennessee, and he went to college on a fishing scholarship. Well, John Coble Garrett, this week, he became the national champion of the Bassmasters Elite Series. So a big shout out to John Garrett from Union City, Tennessee.
Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to give a Tennessee State welcome to my intern, Zawana Shoemaker. She's up in the gallery.
Anyone else seeking recognition? Seeing none. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar. Refer to the purpose and this committee.
Without objections, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing line that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move that all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction of bills, Senate bills on first consideration.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Senate bills 129, 173, 1,709, 1,740, 1,769, 62, 1,867, 1,882, 1,946, 1,963, 2015, 2022, 2,044, 2,116, 2,136, 2,563, 2,566, 2,578, 2,845. And again, that was 1,762 earlier, and 2,855 transmitted by the Senate be held in the desk pending third consideration of the companion House bills.
Without objection, show order. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate bills on second consideration, House bills on second consideration, petitions and memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, we have two consent calendars, one dated Wednesday, April 17th, and one dated Thursday, April 18th. That's two consent calendars.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of both consent calendars on third and final consideration in keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, have there been any objections filed?
Mr. Speaker, on the consent calendar dated Thursday, April 18th, item 1, House Bill 2930 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens. On that same calendar, item 7, House Bill 2584 has been objected to by Chairman Clemens.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Representative Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On consent calendar for Wednesday, after consultation with both leaders, I move that all members voting in the affirmative be added as prime co-sponsors to item number 3, HR 155. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. We're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 93, no nays.
Having received a constitutional majority, I declare the consent calendar passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled.
Lear Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up the House Appropriations calendar at this time.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 1 on the appropriations calendar, House Bill 2973, the Chair Lady Hazelwood and others, relative to appropriations.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move approval of House Bill 2973.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage, probably second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, I'm sorry. Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to roll to the heel.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, before I call up the next amendment, if I could announce that if members are trying to follow along on dashboard, if they go to yesterday's date, these calendars are under yesterday's date in the dashboard. House Amendment 3, but Chair Lady Hazelwood. Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 3.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 3, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 3, vote. Say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Representative Bain, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
You can approach the bench. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was why are these amendments not considered timely filed? The answer is these bills were set on a calendar for Wednesday, April 17th. The rule says 2 o'clock the day before. These bills, it has been our practice that amendments become timely when a bill is rolled to another calendar. These bills were not rolled to another calendar session. We didn't take them up yesterday due to lack of a quorum. Mr. Speaker, we have another parliamentary inquiry. The question was about, was it possible to have a timely filed amendment? And did the question says new rules, but I believe the member meant flow motion. Did the flow motion prevent members from filing timely filed amendments to the budget? The flow motion did not include any suspension of the rules for the amendment filing deadline. There was a motion made to suspend the amendment filing deadline, and that motion failed.
Representative Parkinson, is this a parliamentary or point of order? If it is, you got to come to the front.
No, sir, it's none of those. I may be out of order, Mr. Speaker, but the second string speaker didn't see my hand raised. And I wanted to thank the Covington moms for the great breakfast that they provided us this morning. So if y'all will give them a round of applause, Covenant moms, for the great breakfast they provided this morning. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, next amendment. Oh, Representative Bain, you're recognized.
So I get a minute or, okay. All right, here we go. So this year I filed legislation to shift the tax burden from working Tennessee families to companies who aren't paying what they owe. We had the opportunity to close corporate tax loopholes. We had the ability to ensure that companies are not paying zero through a different mechanism. Unfortunately, none of these proposals passed, which is why I filed this amendment. This year, this body had the opportunity to eliminate the grocery tax in its entirety, and it didn't. A close friend of mine, Pastor Greg Bullard, said, Afton, always give them the opportunity to do the right thing. So this amendment seeks to take the non-reoccurring $700 million franchise tax refund and reallocate that money to give a 6-month grocery tax break to Tennesseans. I hope you'll do the right thing and stand with Tennesseans across the state who are demanding grocery tax relief than bankrolling corporations. Thank you.
Representative Bain.
Consideration.
All right. You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 4. All those in favor of considering amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 4 fails. Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, sir.
Come forward. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was if a member has filed an untimely filed amendment on a bill, when would that become timely? And if a bill is rolled to a future calendar that is not the next day, then the amendment filing deadline is still 2 p.m. the day before. So it would have to be rolled to some future date beyond the next day.
Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 5 by Representative Bain, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Bain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The volunteer state recently ranked 44th in the nation for preschool participation. The state's low participation rates are due partly to the limited nature of Tennessee's existing pre-kindergarten program, which only provides funding for at-risk 4-year-olds. This amendment would reassign Governor Lee's school voucher funding in the tune of $144 million to fund Tennessee's pre-kindergarten program, which would double the number of open seats for early education. I ask you to stand for Tennesseans who are calling for universal pre-K. Thank you. Move to consideration. Thank you.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 5. All those in favor of considering amendment number 5, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the vote for the motion to consider Amendment 5 was 22 ayes, 69 noes.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider Amendment number 5 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 6 by Representative Powell. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment seeks to put about $3.5 million to TEMA, the Department of Military, for the consideration of a flood predictor model. Let me tell you, I have worked on this issue since last year, filed a bill to create a statewide messinet system, backed one of my colleagues who put in a funding request for this across the aisle, and filed this amendment, what I thought was in a timely manner because it's so important. Even the Department of Military had $3.5 million to do this exact thing, to put in a flood mitigation system. The reason it's important is this will protect us against severe weather events. It's also extremely useful for farmers. It's good for agriculture. Instead, we played politics, and the money for this got put down to send the National Guard to Texas. That's wrong. Let's protect Tennesseans. I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 6. All those in favor of considering amendment number 6, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 25, 69 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 6 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 7 by Leader Camper. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members, what this amendment would do is take the $144 million earmarked for the Education Freedom Scholarship Program. It would eliminate that and redirect those funds to the Department of Finance and Administration for education enhancement grants to local education agencies, public schools, charter schools, nonprofit organizations that's doing work in the education arena. The nonprofits obviously would be registered with the state, would have had to be in operation for at least 2 years, continuously active. Each representative district would receive $727,000. Each senatorial district would receive $2.1 million. And with that, Mr. Speaker and members, I would move for consideration of amendment number 7.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 7. All those in favor of considering amendment number 7, vote yes when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 7 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 8, ladies and gentlemen, would take the $200,000 set aside in the budget for the voucher program or scam proposed by Governor Bill Lee and reappropriate it to the TISA funding formula. So rather than pulling those funds out of our public schools, let's invest those funds directly into our public schools under TISA. With that, I ask for your consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 8. All those in favor of considering amendment number 8, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 8 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 9 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would pull $255,024 from the Department of Education that is set aside for the salary of the Commissioner of Education and invest those funds into TISA.
Under the law of Tennessee, the Education Commissioner shall be a person of literary and scientific attainments and of skill and experience in school administration and qualified to teach in the school of the highest standing over which the Commissioner has authority. Our Commissioner of Education bats 0 for 3 on the law, is not qualified to serve as Commissioner of Education, so I would recommend we do Governor Bill Lee's job for him and send her back to Texas and reappropriate those funds into TISA. I move for consideration.
Let the journal reflect Representative Hale is excused. You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 9. All those in favor of considering amendment number 9, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 69 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 9 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 10 by Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This appropriation amendment would defund the Charter School Commission and invest those dollars into TISA. So we're taking $1,700,004 out of the Charter School Commission's budget and invested it into our public schools. This commission does nothing but usurp local authority and override our local officials. So I would recommend that we pass, that we consider Amendment 10 and continue to invest in our public schools. With that, I move consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 10. All those in favor of considering amendment number 10, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 71 nays, 1 present, unvoted.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 10 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 11 by Representative Mitchell, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I've got an amendment that reduces the governor's staff salary, one salary, $214,494, another salary of $180,612. These are just political payoffs for a voucher vote. They need to go. There, one of them rarely shows up to the Capitol, very occasionally. Another one is just roaming the halls, part of the voucher scheme. Tired of our money being used for bribery. So with that, I would move that $395,106 to TISA. With that, I move consideration. Thank you.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 11. All those in favor of considering amendment number 11, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 11 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 12 by Representative Himmer, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Himmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would help fund the expansion of PACE statewide, but I had a good conversation with the chair lady, and we're going to be working on this over the summer, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 12 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 13 by Representative Bain, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. Could the clerk read the amendment, please?
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 13, an amendment to House Bill 2973 by deleting the following language in Section 61. In addition to any other funds appropriated by the provisions of this act, there's appropriated the sum of $3,050,000 non-recurring to the Department of Finance and Administration criminal justice programs for crisis pregnancy care centers as identified on page B-19 of the 2023-2024 budget document to be used exclusively to provide grants to local organizations who provide crisis pregnancy care and substituting instead, in addition to any other funds appropriated by the provisions of this act, there is an appropriated sum of $3,050,000 to the Department of Finance and Administration Criminal Justice Programs for crisis pregnancy care centers as identified on page B-19 of the 2023-2024 budget document to be used exclusively to provide grants to local organizations who provide crisis pregnancy care. The Department of Finance and Administration shall require all grantees to: 1, hold client information confidential and agree not to disclose or sell client information. And 2, submit the following information regarding funding allocated to crisis pregnancy centers to the department, and the department shall report such information to the chairs of the Senate Health and Welfare Committee and the Health Committee of the House of Representatives, the chairs of the Finance, Ways and Means Committee of both houses, and the director of the Office of Legislative Budget Analysis. A, the total number of grant recipients, including subcontractors by geographical region. B, a description of outreach efforts by grantees. C, the total number of unduplicated clients served by each grantee by gender and age. D, the total number of services provided by service type. E, the total expenditures by method of finance. F, the total contract amounts by grantee, including subcontractors. And G, any outcome measure, including contracts with grantees. And 3, make this information available to the public on their website. The Department of Finance Administration must also, 1, publish grantees, the amount awarded, and under what budget allocation on their publicly available website, and 2, provide a confidential reporting for fraud, waste, abuse in their publicly available website.
Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Clerk, for that reading. I was able to put together. So this amendment puts in place common sense reporting requirements that were adopted in Texas to monitor their alternatives to abortion program. While I disagree that funding this program will help pregnant Tennesseans who need it the most, I ask for favorable passage for this amendment to protect unsuspecting Tennesseans who do not realize that these centers are not bound by privacy or reporting laws. Thank you. Move for consideration. Thank you.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 13. All those in favor of considering amendment number 13, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 13 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 14 by Representative Bain. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Bain, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment clarifies that the Investment in Maternal Health Services pilot program be used to support medically accurate, evidence-based strategies to reduce Tennessee's maternal mortality and morbidity rate. This money should go to real solutions. How many more mothers have to die before we say enough is enough? And with that, I move for consideration. Thank you.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for both sides. That's your one warning. No more applause, no more outbursts, please. You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 14. All those in favor of considering amendment number 14, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member change your vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 21, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 14 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 15 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we have a parliamentary inquiry asking me to please explain why Rule 60B1 does not confirm that our amendments are timely filed. As I explained before, it's been our practice that amendments are only considered timely when a bill is rolled to a future calendar and a future date. These bills were set for Wednesday, April 17th. The amendment filing deadline of 2 o'clock prior was not part of the flow motion, and it was not suspended.
Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And he failed to read the last part of my parliamentary inquiry. We're going by practices instead of written rules. And I said, this is not baseball. We go by written rules, not practice or unwritten rules. So my amendment is to take $15 million for charter school capital projects that last year they said, we're not going to have this amendment anymore because we're going to give $500 per student in TISA to make up for that. Well, the $500 is still in the budget for all these charter schools, and we're double funding them. We're giving this $15 million on top of it. So why, your counties are not getting any money for capital projects. Why are we double funding these people that they don't deserve it? So with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 15. All those in favor of considering amendment number 15, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 15 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings us to the heel of the amendments, House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would renew my motion to pass House Bill 2973 on third and final consideration.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the budget appropriations bill. This year's budget is $52.8 billion. I would note that that is almost exactly $10 billion less than we had to work with last year. So that explains why a number of things that we would have all liked to have seen in this budget, we were not able to fund, but we still have done, in my opinion, a very good job with the dollars that we have available. The budget anticipates zero growth in revenues for the fiscal year that we are currently in, and only a 5.5% growth for next year. In this budget, we have set aside $150 million to close out this fiscal year should we need to do so. If you've been watching the revenue collections, you know that we have been under collecting. We have started to pick up. We're hopeful that we will close that gap by the end of the year, but in case we do not, we have the $150 million set aside to do that. Revenues, as we all know, have slowed considerably since last year's budget. Our last year's budget was based on a 7.7% growth. And one of the things that has kept us in good shape is because of our fiscal conservative planning. Last year's budget included $2.6 billion in non-recurring initiatives that we funded with recurring dollars. So that left us in a much stronger position to deal with projected revenue decreases without having to do big budget cuts. This year's budget continues that trend. since we are funding $823 million in non-recurring initiatives with $829 million in recurring funding. That means if the budget projections don't go as planned, then we still have dollars available to close those gaps. The last two budgets that we have passed on this floor have benefited greatly, and I want to give a shout out from historically high earnings from the treasurer's investments. Those investment earnings, those interest earnings have allowed us to plug a lot of holes in this budget and to continue to do a lot of good things for Tennesseans. Our budget, as always, focuses on the things that are most important to Tennessee citizens. They're in broad categories, and I'll just kind of touch points on those categories, and then we can delve into as much detail as the members would like. First of all, our major portion of our budget is being spent, as traditional, on health and social services. This year, we have, because of the waiver that we were able to secure for TennCare and the shared savings that we've been able to generate from that, we have $302.7 million that we are able to obligate towards 17 new programs in key areas that mean a lot to Tennesseans. Those areas are rural health and behavioral health. We have, in our education, we are adding $261.3 million in recurring funding to bring the base TISA budget to $6.8 billion. That is $6.8 billion in TISA funding that will be going straight into Tennessee's public schools. That additional money covers the estimated growth of 0.5% in ADM. It increases the medical insurance premiums and retirements to teachers. It funds teacher raises, and it keeps us on track to bring our base salary for our teachers to $50,000 a year by fiscal year 26-27. We were at $42,000 in last year's budget. This year's brings us to $44,500, and we continue, as I said, to be on track to reach our goal of $50,000. There's $15 million in non-recurring funding for Charter School Facilities Fund that will be used to assist public charter schools in acquiring and improving property. There are also a number of programs that are included in here that if we have time, we can talk about in more detail, like Engage Tennessee, that has found more than 9,000 students that had connected them not only to back into the system, but given them academic coaches and helped them complete their education in a timely manner.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Lady, could you please continue and maybe talk a little bit more about the K through 12 education, higher education, law and safety, parks and conservation, economic development, state employees, and anything else you'd like to share, if you don't mind?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would really enjoy doing that. As I mentioned on K through 12 education, I sort of gone through the highlights there. In higher ed, we have $17.2 million in recurring funding that will be used so that we can fully fund the outcome-based formula for institutions of higher education. That formula we put in place a number of years ago to make sure that we were funding those universities who are meeting the goals that we want them to do, those things like graduation within a reasonable period of time. We also have a lot of money in this budget, as is our usual practice, that deals with law and safety. We have $17.4 million, 11.4 of which of that is recurring. That will be used to establish additional 60 trooper positions. That includes $750,000 in non-recurring funding for security grants for houses of worship statewide. We know that that has been a concern and an issue for our friends in the Jewish community, as well as those of us in the Christian community and others. And we are happy that we can provide those dollars for those grants so that everyone in Tennessee can worship as they choose and be safe doing so. The budget includes funding for 4 additional trial courts. That's one in 4th, 18th, 19th, and 23rd District. And this budget has $8.6 million in recurring funding for rate increases for attorneys that provide indigent representation. This funding would raise the rate from $50 to $60 per hour. The last time that was raised was 1997. That level of compensation, even with the raise, it's still nowhere near market rate, but hopefully it will help us to get more attorneys to take on these cases and move cases through our courts that are being clogged up. The legislative amendment also provides $4.45 billion to youth villages and Memphis allies for gun violence prevention and intervention programs. Those are programs that have proven to be successful. We see that they work. So the legislature, we felt that it was important to continue to fund those versus take on a number of projected pilot projects. In the area of parks and recreation, because we know that recreation is important and conservation is important to Tennesseans. There's a total of $172 million in state funding for TDEC. That will be for additional investments in conservation that would include $20 million for new recreational access points to Tennessee waterways to make it easier for all Tennesseans to be able to access the waterways that make our state so attractive for that kind of recreation. We have $10 million to expedite the Bill Dance Signature Lake Initiative, and there's $66 million in total funding for state parks that will include capital improvements, and it will include additions to the state parks that we brought into the areas that we brought into the state park system last year. We continue in the state to be the beneficiaries of strong economic development efforts. We are attractive to businesses want to come here. They want to be a part of Tennessee. We are continuing to invest in that economic development. You know, I worked for a time for former Governor Haslam in economic development. And one of the things that he always said, and I think that it's so very true, I want to mention it here, said government doesn't create jobs, but what government can do is create a climate that brings jobs. And that's what Tennessee, I think, has done very successfully. We continue to do that with $36 million in non-recurring funding allocated to ECD for the Rural Development Fund. We still have more distressed counties than we'd like, even though we have the fewest distressed counties on our list that we've ever had. These funds, this $36 million, will allow us to give rural communities grants for site development so that they can be shovel-ready for projects. They have community asset improvements, marketing dollars so that they can market their communities to other parts of Tennessee, the country, and the world, and also downtown revitalization grants. $10 million is included in this Economic Development Fund for SBI, or matching fund grants for Launch Tennessee. This is something I think all of you need to be aware of, to go back home and brag about. SBIR, we're able to bring down matching federal funds so that we can grow our own businesses in the state. We grow our own entrepreneurs. These dollars can allow small businesses to, number one, just get their feet on the ground, open up their doors. Then number two, to ramp up as they need additional capital to grow their business. We have always more validated requests for these dollars than we have money to fill. So we know that there are businesses out there that will benefit greatly from these additional funds. We have $5 million in non-recurring funding for a Haywood County road grant, Blue Oval, with the trucks and the amount of traffic and the weight of the traffic that is in place in that county. The roads just weren't built for that. So this will make sure that we will be able to keep those trucks running, and we will be able to provide transportation arteries for both businesses, or the work on Blue Oval for the residents in the area, and for the new businesses that we know will be coming in. There's also an additional $10 million in the Nuclear Development Fund that is administered by ECD. Last year, this body put $50 million into that fund. So this year, we're adding an additional 10. We could not get the work done here in our General Assembly, nor could the Tennessee citizens receive the services that they need without the work of our Tennessee state employees. This budget continues to take care of those employees by providing a $64.2 million pool. That is a 3% raise overall, but with those dollars will be divided based on the meritorious parameters that each department has set, but that raises both for Team Act and non-Team Act employees. One of the things that this legislative body has done over the past few years is set up a grant pool for organizations like volunteer fire departments that provide the fire service for a large portion of our Tennessee citizens. We have $5 million that was in that budget. It's in the governor's base budget. We know that the needs are greater than that. So we have, as a legislative body, allocated an additional $5 million. So that will be $10 million total that will be available for your local fire departments back home to apply for grants. The legislature has decided that this has worked well. So we want to do it for some other entities. That includes rescue squads, where we put $3 million for equipment, which is the same amount as last year. EMS organizations, $2 million for equipment, again, the same as last year. Museum grants, $5 million, so those are to be used for capital maintenance and improvements. That's the same amount as last year. And I hope that, and I know that a number of museums in your districts have benefited from that, as those have in mine. Senior citizens, we've had this grant pool perhaps the longest. We had it set at $1 million, but there are a number of senior citizen centers across the state. When you divide $1 million across that whole body, it's not a lot of money. So this year we have chosen to raise that to $3 million. And last year, this General Assembly put $75,000 in an honor guard grant program so that we could allow veteran services organizations, those organizations that provide military funeral honors for Tennessee veterans, they can apply to this grant pool to get have their expenses to offset those expenses. This year, we're putting another $15,000 in non-recurring into that pool. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would stand ready for any questions on the budget.
All right, well, Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and Chair Lady. Just a couple of questions. The legislation regarding the franchise tax, is that somehow included in this legislation as well?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
The dollars for that are included in the budget. They were in the governor's base budget. We have not reallocated those dollars in any way. So those dollars are in the base budget. They remain there.
Representative Pearson.
And for how much is it in the budget, the governor's base budget?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
That would be $1.557 billion.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And the governor also has this Freedom Scholarships Initiative, which many of us are calling a voucher school scam. But is there money allocated in the governor's budget here and then the budget that you're presenting before us for those scholarships?
Chair Lady Leader Lamberth. Leader Lamberth.
There's $144 million that are allocated for the Education Freedom Act, specifically for those scholarships. Yes, there is.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you for answering the questions. I appreciate it. Look, this is a multi-billion-dollar budget to the tune of, could you say it for me again, Chair Lady? How many billions of dollars is our budget?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. $52.8 billion.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. This is a budget for $52.8 billion. That's what we're going to pass. And that's what we'll pass here. And how many more children and families and communities are not going to be in poverty 12 months from now? How many more families and communities are going to have their children getting access to the resources that they need to the tune of billions of dollars? My problem with this isn't that everything in here is bad. Because look, you mentioned a few grants for $75,000 and things like that that come to folks' districts, and those are cute and those are nice. But budgets are moral documents. They articulate the priorities of the people who are in positions of power to the people we represent. And this budget does not have in any regard a way for us to ensure that 1 out of 8 kids are no longer hungry. This budget does not address or help 300,000 people who do not have access to health care. This budget does not address the housing insecurities that we're facing in our district. It's not giving contributions in order for people to be able to take care of their children who are impoverished. I'm tired of budget season after budget season getting the research that says poverty in Tennessee has remained stagnant. How can you spend $52.8 billion, which is only $10 million less from what you articulated than last year, and we are not seeing poverty going down in our state? We're hearing about all the corporations that want to come here, but we're not talking about the people who are still suffering in our state. In rural America, in rural Tennessee, in suburban Tennessee, in urban Tennessee, we are having significant issues that are not being addressed to the level that it could be if we directed these resources in ways that could actually address the systemic and systematic issues that our constituencies are dealing with. That's why this isn't a moral document. Not because it doesn't have the few things that people want, the $1 billion tax break to corporation, the education scam for a couple of folks to be proud of. Not because it doesn't have those things, but because it does not systematically or fundamentally alter where our money is going to address the needs in our communities. Over the last 10 years, over 15 hospitals in rural Tennessee have closed. How many billions is going to address that problem? We don't need more nickel and dime grant programs. We need to use our resources in ways that alleviate the pain of the people in our communities. And this budget, as did last year's budget, does not address those root causes. And because of the refusal of this body and our government to address poverty, to help the poor and the marginalized, we are continuing to deal with a deficit, not only financially, but morally in this institution. This is why I cannot support this budget and why we must continue to put our money where our hearts should be.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot to unpack there. I would say Senator Bo Watson is standing in the back of the room, and I've heard him say this before. If you look at our checkbook, our state's checkbook, we're a middle-class family. Well, that's how we budget. We don't drive the Cadillac, but we get to where we're going in the Chevrolet, or in my case, the Volkswagen, soon maybe the Ford. But we focus and we do what we do well with the dollars that we have available. And I'll just take issue with several things that you've said that I can remember. The programs that we are funding, you mentioned our rural health care. We all acknowledge that that is an issue in the state. We are doing something about that. We have $50 million in this budget for a rural health care resiliency program that's going to provide grants to rural applicants so that they can get capital investments, they can expand capacity in our rural health care providers. We have $10 million in this budget that is going to fund infrastructure grants for our children's hospitals, for 5 children's hospitals across the state. All 5 of those, they're not in my district. I don't have one in my district. You might not have one in yours, but all 5 of them serve all of the children of Tennessee who need that level of service. We have $15 million to improve access to our complex behavioral health inpatient care at hospitals. Again, we recognize, this body has recognized, our budgets have recognized that behavioral health is an issue in the state. We are addressing it. We have $16 million in this budget for rural health pathways. That's going to provide opportunities for individuals to enter or transition into healthcare fields and professions in rural communities. It will hopefully get them there, get them to put down roots there, and they will stay in those rural communities, provide services for those folks. We have $8 million in recurring funding where we're further expanding our school-based behavioral health liaisons. We have $8 million in non-recurring funding for our K through 12 mental health trust that's coming from the K through 12 mental health trust fund. That is for grants that are going to, again, enhance behavioral health treatments in schools. We recognize the problem. We are working on it. We have an additional $97.7 million from TennCare reserves that is being earmarked for hospital buybacks this year. $17 million is going to provide stability for our nursing homes, for our elderly. We have $12.3 million for TennCare reserves also going to those nursing homes. And one of the things that I didn't take the time to mention initially that I want to point out, this is something, again, that I think every member on this floor can be proud of. This budget increases the personal needs allowance for our poor elderly folks who are in nursing homes, whose Social Security checks, which is often the only income they have, it goes to subsidize their care in the nursing home. Statutorily, those folks have only received $50 a month for their personal needs allowance. That was last changed in 2010. This budget raises that to $70 per month for those long-term nursing home residents. It will allow them the dignity to be able to buy a snack that they want when they want it, to buy a birthday card for a grandchild, to buy a new dress or a new shirt when they need it. We have a total of $32 million in this budget that is providing pay increases for our DSP providers, those who provide the care to the most vulnerable Tennesseans. We have $15 million in non-recurring funding for the Child Care Improvement Fund. Again, we recognize this is a problem. Child care is a problem in this state, and not only this state, but we are working on it. These grants will be used. This is the second year of the funding, and we'll disperse grants. They will go to nonprofit organizations that will either establish new or help to improve existing child care agencies, and to make sure that we have qualified folks in those agencies. So this is a workforce issue for Tennesseans. We need workforce. We have a labor problem. We can't have people working who have children if they don't have a place for those children to be cared for and to get quality child care. Again, I would refute the members' assertions that we are not taking care of.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to Madam Chair. Clarity on a couple of items, please, ma'am. First, on the DHS reserves, TANF reserves and child care fund reserves, did we dip into those for budget needs? And if so, what are we using those funds for?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
I'm sorry, Representative, if you could just repeat your question. I was distracted. I apologize for that.
Hardaway.
Yes, ma'am. TANF and child care reserves that are under DHS, did we dip into those? Have we allocated those for any purpose? And if so, for what purpose, and what balance is left?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there's $720 million in the TANF funds. We did not dip into those reserves. So those dollars are there.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, thank you. My other question is going to be about the trial judges that you mentioned earlier, 4 additional trial judges. As you may know, that Shelby County is very concerned that we retain the 2 vacant spots that we have now. In fact, our election commission is already accepting candidate petitions on those. So what's the status there? Are our 2 positions in Shelby County funded in this budget? One civil, one criminal.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a bill behind the budget that we'll have that bill on the floor after this budget is passed that deals with those judges. There would be 2 new judges in that bill, and then a reallocation of 2.
Representative Hardaway.
All right. How does that affect the 30th district where we have the current vacancies? Are our vacancies safe?
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is one of the districts that would be reallocated. It is vacant. It wouldn't impact anyone's job. So this seemed the appropriate time to make that move as based on the workload of the judges across the state.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And the workload, if I can ask on that, the weighted caseload study that the comptroller did 3-4 years ago is outdated. Early conversations with the comptroller indicated that he was willing to undertake a study that would give us current numbers so that we aren't basing our decisions on judgeships on old data. Has the comptroller been written into this for any new money in order to do a weighted caseload study of the judicial districts?
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have had no discussions, and as far as I'm aware, no one on the Finance Committee has had discussions with the comptroller about additional funds for that purpose.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, thank you. And one last question. This is general about the budget. When we have excess revenues and we're not in session, are any parts of those excess revenues available to the governor to spend at his discretion?
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The General Assembly is the appropriating authority for state funds.
Representative Hardaway.
So any discretion that the governor may have when we're out of session would have to be part of the budgeting process today.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
The dollars available to be spent will be allocated by the budget that we are currently considering. If they're not included in this budget, then there's no authority to spend those.
Representative Hardaway.
All right. Thank you. And even though I disagree on.
All right. Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Lady, thank you for all your work you've done on the budget. It's been an honor to serve with you on the Budget Committee. I want to be specific in my question. The $141 million that's put in, that's still sitting in the budget for the ESA voucher program. After we pass this budget, what are the rules around that money for use?
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we just mentioned, if there's no inclusion and if there's no bills that address that, any monies unspent remain in the budget. We may need those monies. We may use those other monies when we come back in, next year, should they not be spent. But it depends on what legislation is passed that would authorize expenditure.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Lady. In regards to an executive order, could an executive order be issued for use of that funding?
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Not to my understanding, no, sir.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to a special session being called specifically for use of that money, can that be done, or are there safeguards that once this budget is passed, that use of that money cannot be used in a call for a special session to implement this strategy.
Chair-Lady Hazelwood.
Representative, the governor has the authority and the ability to call into special session at any point, should we have a special session. And I would I hope that doesn't happen. We all have elections and things to deal with this summer. But if there is a special session, then at that time, the budgeting for anything that would be considered in the special session would again be before this body.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Chair Lady, I truly appreciate you. I don't want a special session either. My last question is, once we pass this budget, could a bill be brought on the floor for the expenditure of those funds under the ESA voucher program?
Chair-Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is $144 million allocated in the budget. The disposition of those dollars is totally dependent upon what legislation this body does or does not pass and where those allocations would come from.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Lady. Appreciate you.
Chairman Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to respond a bit to some of the questions and comments earlier about the TANF funding that came up. And the dollars that were mentioned by the chair lady, those dollars through TANF are obligated. And I will mention to others that we are looking to improve the lives of 28,000 individuals, working families right now. Who are the working board? There, I see you there. The working individuals right now, to keep them from falling off of the financial cliff. So we've got those dollars invested in our pilot programs. We're seeing tremendous successes through the TANF program right now. So we are creating a workforce right there with 28,000 individuals to fill those jobs that the chair lady was talking about that we're recruiting into the state and making businesses want to come to Tennessee to do that. I don't want to gloss over the fact as well, the $300 million that were described in the shared savings program through TennCare. That is a tremendous initiative there to help working families, once again, folks who are in a certain financial structure in their lives. Rural health initiatives, millions of dollars going toward rural health initiatives, millions of dollars to go toward our children's hospitals across the state of Tennessee. Numerous pilot programs are able to use these shared savings through TennCare for as well. So we've got to be honest with each other as we talk about exactly what's in this budget. I've seen 22 budget documents over my years, and there's always going to be amendments that come. There's always going to be amendments that are turned down. There's nothing easy about putting one of these documents together. The fact that we are responsible, that we are a middle-class family, as the chair lady mentioned just a few moments ago, is exactly how we've put this budget document together. I want to say thank you to the chair lady, all the folks on budget subcommittee, both in the House and the Senate. They've done tremendous work. I don't like everything that's in the budget. I wish there were more things in the budget, but this is a document that we've got is going to carry us forward the next year. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would point out, there were some comments earlier, but I want members of this body to know that the poverty rate in our state has improved over the past 10 years. There's been a 30% reduction in the poverty rate of Tennesseans since 2011. We are making progress. We still have too many poor Tennesseans. There's no doubt about that, but we are making progress. And I believe that the things that we're doing in this budget will help us continue to address that issue. In my mind, the best way to reduce poverty is to provide education and training so that people will be prepared, have the skill sets that they need to be employed, and then to provide jobs so that those people can be employed. This is what this budget does. It creates that climate to do those things. Thank you.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would just like to adopt the comments and questions of my colleagues who have spoken previously. And I appreciate Chairman Hawk's concern about the TANF funds. I share the concerns there about the monies remaining in the budget that go unspent. My concern is we talk about fiscal responsibility, yet here we are looking at a budget that includes, in the amendment we adopted, another $351 million, $351.7 million in change to reconcile the fiscal note of the franchise tax bill. Now, I'm concerned, and we haven't even appointed a conference committee in the House for that bill because both sides have non-concurred or refused to concur in that bill. The House version contained a $713 million in change refund, a completely uncalled for corporate handout. The Senate has a $1.551 billion corporate handout compared to our $713 million. Now, I can respectfully agree to disagree on how we are amending the franchise tax with regards to the property portion and so forth. But I cannot, and the people of Tennessee cannot stomach a $700 million corporate handout or a $1.5 billion corporate handout, depending on which version of that bill we end up passing after the conference committee. It has been discussed. We have a lot of challenges in the state of Tennessee. We may be trying to budget like a middle-class family, as you described. We may be driving Chevys, or Fords. Yeah, preferably Fords. We may be driving Fords, but we are buying a handful of secret lists of CEOs Ferraris. We cannot do that and call ourselves fiscally responsible. I appreciate the work that's gone into this budget, but I cannot, again, and nor should any of us stomach $1 billion. If our budget's $58 billion and we're going to give $1.5 billion of that to a secret list of corporations for no reason, when we have an alternative in the form of a tax credit that I proposed in an amendment that had a $0 fiscal note compared to the cost of this. There is a way to do this in accordance with the Supreme Court of the United States and Justice Alito and precedent of the Supreme Court. But we, for some reason in this budget, are opting to give this corporate handout and have the audacity to call it a refund. Chair Lady, again, I appreciate your work, but no one in this body can walk out of here and say we're being fiscally responsible with Tennessee taxpayers' hard-earned dollars when we are giving that amount of money, that significant percentage of our annual budget, to a secret list of corporations for no reason, with no legal basis or requirement whatsoever. That is unprecedented. It is uncalled for. We should not codify a corporate handout like that. I would ask my colleagues to fully consider that when that bill comes back before us, or when we go to conference committee, when that bill comes back before us on the message calendar, please keep this in mind. Next, and finally, Chair Lady, I was under the impression that there wasn't going to be a sweeper language in this bill, but in Section 61 of Amendment 3, there's a provision in there with regards to all legislation with $50,000 or less would fall under this budget. My question to you is, how many bills have $50,000 or less fiscal notes that are going to be funded in that line item? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
To answer your last question first, that will be dependent on the number of bills that this body passes. We have a budget allocation for the number of bills that are behind the budget that have were moved through calendar yesterday. If those bills are not passed by this body, then the funding for those bills will just remain on the bottom line. Again, the issue of the franchise and excise tax reduction and refund, that is debate for when the conference committee does bring that back. We have had that debate on this floor earlier, but the prudent thing for us to do in this budget is look at worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is the $1.557 billion that the Senate has in their bill. That is what we are proposing to be able to fund should that bill pass. Again, if those dollars, if the bill is passed some other way or doesn't pass at all, those dollars would remain in the budget, and that would just help us when we're back here next year. That would give us monies that we would be able to spend. But we have to be doing the prudent thing in this budget, not knowing where that's going to be, and honestly not knowing even if whatever form it passes in, we can't be certain how many companies will or won't apply and how many lawsuits might or might not occur. So again, we're doing the prudent thing and allocating funding for that worst case scenario. Coming back next year, if those funds are not used, then we will reallocate those to do the work that Tennessee needs us to do and to provide for Tennessee taxpayers in the way that this next year's body determines.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Lady. Let's go back to this $15 million for charter school capital projects. It's in there again, and TISA's got the $500 per head. So why is the $15 million in there again?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind everyone in this room and watching, charter schools are public schools. These are public dollars being used for public schools. We had a charter school welcomed and honored this morning because of the great work that they had done on the soccer field. That is a charter school. It is a public school. Those schools are doing good work. These dollars would just allow them to have the ability. A lot of these are doing good work, but they don't have enough space to take more students. This would allow them to acquire additional properties, to improve the properties that they have. And that's why those dollars are in there, because we are supporting public education, and that includes charter schools.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So how much is allocated in the budget for public schools capital projects?
Chair Lady Hazelwood. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, this is not a double funding. The funding was originally on a different line. It was simply moved. Again, charter schools are public schools, and we're putting $6.8 billion into public schools in Tennessee in this budget. I would hope that people would be proud of that and proud of the fact that we are continuing to raise that level of investment, $261 million additional this year. We are funding our public schools. We want every child in Tennessee to have a good education, to have opportunities. Charter schools, magnet schools, they afford different opportunities for children who learn differently. And again, I can't say enough, they are public schools.
Representative Mitchell.
Let's not say that, because just the other day we had to pass another law because a bill last year that we passed just said public schools, and we had to pass another law the other day to add charter schools in it. So I don't think so, but whatever. But 2 or 3 education commissioners ago that we, brought in the latest carpetbagger came in, but she said, told us that during TISA, that if we just put that $500 in there, this $15 million would go away. So they're getting 21 million plus the 15. That's $36 million. There's a lot of people in a lot of rural areas that have built a lot of elementary schools that their schools aren't getting, but these charter schools are getting double line items on. Then another thing, just a couple of years ago, we had, one of my colleagues had a great idea. Let's keep our employees safe and let's build a parking garage. And it almost passed. We almost had it until, somebody stuck a sweeper in here. But this year we've got $10 million for Capitol Towers that we're going to buy, and I hear just knocked down. So we've got $10 million to buy something, but we don't have any money to build a garage for our employees. What's that $10 million about?
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Those are not new dollars. That will be bond money. The bond was authorized in 2011. We're just changing the direction of the use of those bonds. Capitol Towers, which I know many of you are familiar with, several of you perhaps stay there during session. That is the last piece of property that is a part of the Capitol grounds that is not owned by the state. They're going to put that on the market. It seemed the appropriate thing to do for while that was on the market for the state to purchase that and to build out so that now we have that property. We can down the road look at a garage or whatever else. But again, it's an opportunity for the state to control all of the property that surrounds the Capitol.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Chair Lady, I respect you tremendously. And the hard work that the team put, your butt is right, that has went into this budget. However, and we talked about this, I'm concerned about some of the things that was eliminated out of the governor's supplemental. Things like, we eliminated the Farmland Conservation Fund, the Blue Oval Planning Support Fund, the Pure Youth Athletics Grant, Memphis Athletic Ministry Grant, Hope Works, who's doing a tremendous job in helping with our Drive to 55. We eliminated stacks out of there. We eliminated, the funding for doulas. And so these programs that are doing this great work, changing the lives of people, sending them on a new trajectory in life, and then we're redirecting them to an organization that didn't even ask for the money. They had money in the budget at about $1 million. That's great. Well, what was decided by who, and I don't know who, or was not a part of that discussion, to send them an additional $3.5 million. And I'm just concerned about that because we talk a lot about things that's happening in Memphis, and every single one of these organizations is changing the lives of people in Memphis. And so if you could tell me what went into the thought process on why we decided to redirect these funds away from these organizations that was doing such great work.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, there's a lot to unpack there. The maternal health, we did not eliminate that. We redirected those dollars to the crisis pregnancy centers that we know are, again, what we had to do in this budget, we had to make some hard decisions because we had $10 billion less to work with. We determined that it would be better. We thought it more prudent to fund programs that had a proven track record. That is why we moved money to youth villages for the Memphis Allies. The crisis pregnancy centers, we know what they do. We know that they're effective in their work. So again, rather than do new pilot programs, we chose to fund those that have a proven track record. And again, in Memphis, I think youth villages, their focus, particularly Memphis Allies, is the reduction of gun violence, intervention with young people who are going down a bad road. We cobbled together funding to keep that organization both. It needed $3 million to just continue the work that it did. We were able to find another $1.5 million so that they could expand that, again, because it's a proven entity. We know that it works. In this budget, there are so many places with our children's and families and other areas of interest. We're really addressing those sorts of problems. We could not fund everything. And for that, given the resources in a perfect world, we would have probably done all those organizations when we funded those, but we did not have the resources, and this is not a perfect world, and we had to make hard decisions.
Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I do think we had the resources because the governor had already allocated those funds. What we did is take them and put them somewhere else. So the funds were there, the funds are there. Those organizations are doing a wonderful job and have a proven record as well. Youth Villages only asked for $1 million. We decided to do more because of our own belief in what they're going to do with Allies. Allies is really a newer organization than some of the organizations that you decided to reallocate the funds for. So I'm in disagreement with you on that. We could talk about it later. I don't want to expend all my time. Secondly, on the crisis pregnancy centers, you're telling me that they do work with doulas as well, because that we spent a lot of time and energy trying to get funding for these doulas. And now we've decided that's not a priority. We're going to give it to an organization that we funded last year at millions of dollars.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not familiar with the doula program and where the funding was. We did not intentionally cut doulas, but we did, again, redirect funding from the governor's AA to organizations that we felt were doing a better job, that we had a better track record on, so that we could continue to provide services in Tennessee. We'll be happy to look at next year. Hopefully our budget situation will be better and perhaps we can revisit some of these things. But again, it was choosing between those things that we felt were, all of these things are very worthy. There's no doubt about that. Again, if we had the funding, we would have been happy to do so. But we felt that there were other areas that took priority, and that's why we shifted those funds.
Representative Bricken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the chairman and the committee for all the hard work putting the budget together. I know how difficult it is. But for the record, I need to express my disappointment on the elimination of the $2.7 million for a Grundy County water and sewer project that would have been there to complete that project. I understand it was primarily due to petty politics by the junior chamber down the hall. But I just feel like, for the record, I need to express my disappointment in that, and I hope somehow those funds could get replaced. Thank you.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
Duly noted.
Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it can't be said enough, as one of my colleagues said, that the budget is a moral document. We heard about extra monies in TennCare. They're not going to go to add a single person to the rolls. So many Tennesseans are trying desperately to get access to affordable care. We're doing nothing to add more people to the rolls. We're just providing more services for those who already have access to care. which is good, but we could expand Medicaid and add it to this budget. It wouldn't add a penny, and we could take care of 300,000 more Tennesseans. We have codified systemic racism and hurt the most vulnerable citizens in our communities in this budget. We are not getting the TANF fund out to families who need them that have been sitting there for years. We're losing our hospitals. We have one of the highest rates of medical bankruptcy in the country. We could fix that. This is not about not having the money. The sponsor just said this is about our priorities. Our priorities are not the people. Our priorities seem to be corporations. Corporations who are getting the largest tax break in the history of Tennessee, as far as I can tell, while Tennessee families get no breaks whatsoever. This is unacceptable. It should be unacceptable. We work for the families of Tennessee. We haven't raised the wage. Families are still struggling to get by. We haven't decreased costs by cutting the sales tax on groceries, as another member said. And let's talk about those crisis pregnancy centers. Yes, we do know what they're doing. There have been multiple exposés on how they are misleading their people who come in and expect honest service from them. Well, yes, we know what they're doing. All we have to do is read about it and talk to people who have been there. We have done absolutely nothing to bring gun sense legislation to Tennessee families who are crying out for safe storage, universal background checks, extreme risk protection orders, and registering your guns. No one is taking anyone's guns away unless that person's in a crisis, and that's just temporary. We're not doing anything for the safety of our communities. Some of the things that we talk about doing are not proven by any research or data to keep our communities or our schools safer. There's nothing moral about this budget. And it's not that we don't have the money. It's that our priorities are wrong. We are prioritizing corporations over Tennessee families, and we are prioritizing guns over children.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hardly disagree, and I believe that anyone who takes a deep dive into the budget will see that we are prioritizing children, families, safety, health and social services. Those are where the majority of our dollars are being spent.
Representative Warner. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Johnson, you got a minute.
I've taken a deep dive into the budget, and it's appalling much of what I see. There's some good things in that budget, absolutely. And but what is missing is just glaring at Tennessee families. I cannot support this budget.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you don't mind, please roll me one spot.
Without objection. Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the budget money comes from the citizens of the state of Tennessee. The little nickels and dimes and pennies that they pay devises the budget that we spend money on. And obviously, what we're hearing on the House floor is that what we really would like is for poor people, regular citizens, average Joe, if you will, to experience a little bit more of that budget being spent on just a regular citizen, the concerns that we have for poor people in this state. Without the regular citizen, there is no budget, okay? There absolutely is no budget.
And we know, Madam Chair Lady, it's a difficult process. And the worst fights in the world are fights over religion, politics, and money. And if you think not, die and don't leave a will and see how your family cuts up after you're gone. Because they will cut up over the money. But now the budget, we think the budgets are, it may be efficient, but the question becomes, is the budget being fair to poor people in a time of hurt? If you don't dispense money on poor people and their concerns, when you got the fat of the land, what do you do when it's lean? It becomes even more scarce. Now, and many of us would not want to be in your shoes trying to devise the budget. We know it's tough, but we think that poor people have a little bit more consideration on the budget at all times. I've been here a long time, and it's not fashionable to be poor. It's not fashionable to be broke, and it doesn't get the attention. Chair Lady, my question to you on the record is about the TANF fund. I've heard it 2 or 3 times. The TANF funds themselves, is there any possible way that those funds can be utilized to balance the budget at all? I just want it on the record. Can TANF fund ever be used to balance the budget?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, they cannot. TANF funds come with a number of strings. They're federal dollars that have to be spent in specific ways. They cannot be used to backfill and balance state budget.
Representative Towns.
That's good to know. We have it on the record so no one can get that in their mind that they can use that money. Now, we have almost $800 million of TANF funds, and groceries, when you shop, everything is high. Rent, everything is high. Gas, everything is high. But that money is languishing there, and it's not being given to the people in a timely manner, in my opinion. Now, what do we need to do, in your opinion, to ensure that these funds are given to the citizens that need it?
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These funds are, to a great degree, to my understanding, they are obligated funds. It does take longer than you and I would like many times to get them out the door. The department has pledged and promised to try and expedite that. But again, you have to remember that they are obligated and they have so many requirements as to how they can be spent. Because the worst thing that we could do is spend this money and then have to pay it back. That would have to come out of the pockets of Tennesseans. So we have to be, just like all of the federal dollars that came down during the pandemic, they came with a lot of strings. We have to be careful about the expenditure so that we are making sure that we're working within the parameters, within the box, if you will, that the federal government put around those dollars. TANF dollars are just another prime example of that.
Representative Towns.
And we should. We have smart people in Tennessee, very smart people, lawyers, hordes of them, and we should be able to expedite that, because if we're delaying and delaying and delaying and delaying, the people are suffering longer under not being able to receive those funds. So here again, that's my concern about the budget, and thank you for putting together the budget.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
One of the things I do want to mention that I forgot to when we were doing the overview, because I've heard a lot of members ask about this, when you mentioned, when the former speaker mentioned it, jogged my memory. There was $7.2 million in funding for food banks. It was a program for locally grown that our farmers actually were dependent upon as well, because those farmers produced the food and they had a known market with the food banks. Those dollars were not received as expected because of an issue, and we have redirected funds from within the Department of Agriculture's budget to make sure that that hole is plugged. So I know a number of you have probably reached out to me with your food banks and other organizations like that with concerns. We have addressed that, it's taken care of. And I know also a number of you have farmers in your districts who this was going to negatively impact them. So again, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to mention that earlier, and I wanted to point that out specifically.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 72, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2973 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member? Representative Pearson, please move away from the well, please. There we go. Mr. Clerk, has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 78, 18 nays.
House Bill 2973, having received Constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most weeks serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2971 by Chair Lady Hazelwood and others relative to statutory revisions required for implementation of the Annual Appropriations Act.
Let the journal reflect Representative Terry is excused. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry was, can a member submit a reason, an explanation of vote for the journal, to the journal? Our rules do say that a member can, in typewritten form, submit an explanation of vote, and it will be entered in the journal.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, further, the question is, can the member submit that they were not called on by the speaker as their explanation of vote. If that was the reason why a member voted the way they voted, then yes, they could say that they voted that way because they weren't called on.
Do what? No.
Mr. Speaker, those explanation of votes have to be factual, and it has to be a true explanation of the vote. Further question is, if a representative submits that explanation of vote, will it be included in the journal? If it is an explanation of vote in typewritten form pursuant to our rules, it will be entered into the journal.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, orders of the day.
Very good. Hey. Chairlady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2971.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2971 on third and final consideration.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves passage. Following second, Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, we have Amendment 1 by Representative Bain. It was not timely filed. However, Mr. Speaker,
Representative Bain. Oh, I'm sorry.
after conferring with counsel, since Amendment 4 to the Appropriations Bill was not adopted, this amendment does not fit the caption.
All right, Ms. Clerk. Next order, Ms. Clerk.
Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Chairlady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2971 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 77, 17 nays.
House Bill 2971 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2972 relative to bonds.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2972 on third and final consideration.
Chairlady Hazelwood moves passage. Following second, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Baum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Vice Chairman Baum moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee number 1 say aye. Aye. All those no say no. Aye. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairlady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill as amended is the bond bill that we passed every year that authorizes the state of Tennessee, acting on resolution by the funding board, to issue and to sell direct general obligation bonds not to exceed $87.7 million. These proceeds would be allocated to the Department of Transportation for construction of highways and purpose of acquisition of equipment. Mr. Speaker, this bill, as I said, we pass it every year. It is authorization of bond issuance We have no new debt approved in this, included in this budget. This is simply if TDOT has an issue, cash flow or whatever, that these bonds would be able to be issued. The amendment allows for the allocations of bonds that were previously authorized in 2011. There was discussion about this earlier. Those bonds authorized in 2011 will be shifted so that $22 million will be allocated for the Tennessee Board of Regents to State Building Commission projects. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would renew my motion.
Chairlady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pickey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2972 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote. Hey.
Ayes 81, 13 nays.
House Bill 2972, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reads serious table. Chairlady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the finance team, Chairman Hicks, Chairman Williams, Chairman Baum, all of those who served on Sub and Finance Full Committee, and most of all, Mr. Speaker, our staff, the clerks in our committees, Myrna, Jessica, Joel, all of the folks who keeps the wheels turning on this train. So please, if you would just take a minute and say thank you.
Chairlady Hazelwood.
And Mr. Speaker, most of all, my able assistant, Taylor Aliff, who keeps my wheels turning. So thank you so much, Taylor, for all that you have done to get us through this session.
Next calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, at the time of recess the other day, the House was on the regular calendar dated Tuesday, April 16th, 2024. The House was ready to consider item 43 on that calendar. Item 43, House Bill 2223 by Leader Love relative to missing persons. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1929.
Representative Love moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1929, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1929 on third and final consideration.
Representative Love moves passage of Senate Bill 1929 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, members. Senate Bill 1929 and House Bill 2223 simply increases the age of the Endangered Child and Young Adult Alert Program to age 25. The previous age was age 21. This will help us in efforts to have more activated services to find persons who may be missing and who may be lost in that age category. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Love renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1929, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 8 nays.
Senate Bill 1929, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2222, Beloved and others relative to genetic testing. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 1930.
Representative Love moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 1930, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1930 on third and final consideration.
Representative Love moves passage of Senate Bill 1930 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Ms. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is the same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I had a chance last November to have a conversation with NBA superstar Alonzo Mourning. He suffers from a specific genetic kidney disease called APOL1. He is on an engaged in a campaign to have persons bring more awareness to APOL1 and the effects of chronic kidney disease, not just in our state, but also across the country. And this particular piece of legislation simply would have the department to do a study on how to increase awareness for APOL1, including screening and genetic testing, and do an analysis of strategies of funding to increase screening and genetic testing for APOL1 to reduce those persons who have incidents of APOL1 and chronic kidney disease in our state. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Love renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1930 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 74, 11 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1930, having received constitutional majority, everybody declare it passed without objection. Most reconsider is taken. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2226 by Representative Love relative to maternal health. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1832.
Representative Love moves substitute and form Senate Bill 1832, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move
Representative,
passage.
hang on, wow. Representative, you're out of order. He's out of order. Clear him. Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1832 on third and final consideration.
Representative Love moves passage of Senate Bill 1832 on third and final consideration. Upon second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Leatherwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is the same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 2016, I was able to, and thank you for your support of, passing legislation to create a maternal mortality review team. That team looked at unfortunate deaths of women after giving birth to children. We discovered in the first report that 85% of the deaths could have been preventable. The next report showed that 79% of those deaths could have been preventable. So this particular piece of legislation simply adds 4 members to that team. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Love renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for not getting with you earlier, but what were some of the findings in the cause of death of these women after giving birth to children?
Representative Love.
Thank you. Great question. I have the report right here pulled up. And what they discovered was some of the deaths were due to some of the conditions like preeclampsia not being recognized. Some of the deaths were pregnancy-associated deaths. A lot of them had to do also with drug use, unfortunately. A lot of it had to do with postpartum issues. Substance use was a major piece in it. And this is the 2023 report I'm reading from right now. We discovered that and this is not part of it, but that there was a high number in certain parts of our state. And we see that those numbers increased, and we're looking at trying to reduce that. And let me scroll down here to the rest of what you were asking. Cardiovascular disease, hemorrhage, substance use disorder, mental health conditions, embolism, and infection. The highest percentage was cardiovascular disease, which is at 38. Hemorrhage was at 23, COVID-19, 21, substance use disorder, 18, mental health conditions, 17, embolism, 15, and in the category of other, they had 14.
Representative Love renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Doggett? Nope. Representative Sparks?
Representative, I couldn't hear your bill due to the disruptors. Can you explain it again?
Representative
Please,
Love.
sir.
2016, this body, most of you all who were here, helped us pass legislation then to create the first ever maternal mortality review team. The first report that came out revealed that 85% of those deaths could have been prevented. The next report showed that 79% of those deaths could have been prevented. And our colleague asked a question about what were some of the major causes. And I listed out that some of the major causes were things like obesity, cardiovascular disease, hemorrhage, substance use disorder, mental health conditions, embolism, and infection. And this particular bill seeks to just add 4 members to that team that would help spread the information, because oftentimes when we get reports, they don't get to some of the communities that they should get to. And putting 4 members from 2 in West, 1 in Middle, and 1 in East, we believe would help aid in the dissemination of that. Also, preeclampsia, provide a delay in treatment of complications of preeclampsia, including delay in appropriate care, led to that. Cardiomyopathy, patient's history of substance use disorder, and also, as I said, hemorrhage, provided did not counsel the patient in seeking early treatment for vaginal bleeding in the setting of placenta previa, provided did not recognize the source of bleeding or proceed with hysterectomy when all treatment effects have been exhausted, provide delay in additional blood product transfusion.
Representative Sparks?
I appreciate your heart, and I appreciate you being able to always engage. And sadly, this piece of legislation won't even be talked about in the media. Sadly, something that just happened up here will be discussed. But thank you for having a heart for the 7 million Tennesseans, and shame on the media for not covering your bill. Thank you, sir.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1832, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 78, 6 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1832, and received a constitutional majority. Everybody declare it passed without objection. Motion to reconsider table. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we take up at this time HJR 859 on today's calendar.
Proper motion, probably second without objection. So ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that's today's regular calendar dated for today. That's item 10. Item 10, House Joint Resolution 859, a resolution to propose amendment to Article 1 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail. Mr. Speaker, this SJR is on the desk.
Representative Howell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute Senate Joint Resolution 919 for House Joint Resolution 859.
Representative Howell moves to substitute in form of Senate Joint Resolution 919 for House Joint Resolution 859, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in SJR 919 and request the clerk read SJR 919 for its first reading.
Representative Howell moves to concur. Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 919 on first reading, a resolution to propose an amendment to Article 1 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail. Be it resolved by the Senate of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 1, Section 15 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following: that all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for capital offenses, when the proof is evident or the presumption great, and the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it, and substituting instead the following: A, all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for the following, when the proof is evident or the presumption great: 1, a capital offense; 2, an act of terrorism; 3, second-degree murder; 4, aggravated rape of a child; 5, aggravated rape; 6, grave torture; and 7, any other offense for which, as of November 3rd, 2026, a defendant, if convicted, could not be released prior to the expiration of at least 85% of the entire sentence imposed. B, in any case in which bail for an offense listed in subsection A is granted or denied before conviction, the judge or magistrate shall place in the record the judge's or magistrate's reasons for granting or denying bail. C, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it. Be it further resolved that the foregoing amendment be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Representative Howe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that SJR 919 be set for its second reading on Monday, April 22nd, 2024.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we take up House regular calendar dated Tuesday, April 16th, 2024.
Mr. Clerk, call up next bill. Hang on. I'm sorry, Leader. I think it's today's calendar, isn't it? Yeah.
How about that, Mr. Speaker? I move that we take up the House regular calendar dated Thursday, April 18th, 2024.
Leader Lambert.
Well, members, it's that time of year. We have multiple calendars on the desk. And hang with us here, but we still have some remaining from Tuesday. We have a Wednesday calendar and we have today's calendar. Before we leave here, we will finish all of them. That I can guarantee you before we adjourn Sunday die. But right now at this point, I'll make another attempt at this. And I move we take up the House regular calendar dated Wednesday, April the 17th. And the first calendar on that one, if you're looking at the first number on that one, if you're looking at it, is House Bill 1191. So,
Without objection. Mr. Clerk, call up first bill.
Mr. Speaker, that's Wednesday's April 17th calendar. House Bill 1191 by Chairman Williams, relative to education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I move to substitute and conform Senate Bill 135.
Chairman Williams moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 135. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 135 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same as the Senate amendment, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and I defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognized. Lear Lambert, you recognized.
move to table.
Proper motion, probably seconded. All those in favor of tabling, vote aye. When the bell rings, those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 76, 11-8.
Amendment number 3 is tabled. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 4 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. Amendment 4 has the same language as the amended version of this bill. However, it adds provisions with regard to if the charter school purchases the property under this bill or leases the property and they cease to use it, then the LEA that sold the property to the public charter school has the first right of refusal to repurchase the property from the charter school at or below fair market value, just like the charter school acquired it in the first place. It also adds a provision that if a owner of a charter school purchases real property from an LEA pursuant to this section and resells the property for a profit, then the owner of the public charter school is liable for rollback property taxes in a manner set forth in the amendment. With regard to if they have it less than 5 years, then they'll be liable for 100% of all previously foregone property taxes. Was 5 years or more, but less than 10 years, they'd be responsible for 75% of all previously foregone property taxes. If they hold on to it for more than 10 years and sell it for a profit, they would be liable for 50% of all foregone property taxes during the time of ownership. This addresses a lot of the concerns we have about this legislation that allows these property owners who have started these charter schools to profit off of public tax dollars. I move for passage of House Amendment 4, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Clemens moves passage, properly seconded, of amendment number 4. Any Discussion, Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on the amendment.
Question's been called. Any objection? We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 21, 70 nays.
Amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 5 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Amendment 5, I would ask for your support of this amendment. This amendment is similar to the last one, except it doesn't contain the property tax information. It just simply says that if a charter school purchased property from an LEA at or below fair market value as allowed in the bill as amended before us, and the charter school ceases to use that property for educational purposes, then the LEA that sold the property to the charter school has a right of first refusal to repurchase the property from the charter school at or below fair market value, just like the charter school purchased it from the LEA. This will help protect our taxpayers who have used their hard-earned tax dollars to support our public education system. With that, I move adoption of House Amendment 5.
Chairman Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 5 properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 5, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 20, 69 nays.
Amendment 5 failed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 6 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, this one was not timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just says if these charter schools do not use this property for 5 years, then as a charter school, then the property reverts back to the LEA. And you're like, why are you doing that? They spent good money for this. Well, because we've just put $36 million in the budget for them to steal local LEA land. You know, they're not going to be paying for it with their own money. They're going to use state dollars that we just double funded them to steal Metro Nashville Public School land. So that's why it's going to get reverted back to the LEA, because they didn't pay for it in the first place. Taxpayers of Tennessee are paying for it. So, I mean, again, this is a scam, and I advise MNPS before you ever have to give a piece of land to these folks, send the bulldozers out there and flatten it before you give it to them. And with that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 6. All those in favor of considering amendment number 6, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Take the vote, Ms. Clerk.
Ayes 20, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 6 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 7 by Representative Powell. Mr. Speaker, was untimely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I filed this amendment because actually this amendment deals with vouchers, and this would pretty much gut any sort of attempt there would be to add any sort of amendment to this dealing with vouchers as had been speculated. Given that this, I'm the last amendment here, and he's conformed to the Senate bill, and this bill in its current state passed here will conform to the Senate bill, and will have no language concerning vouchers. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 7 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation is focused on addressing one of the biggest challenges for our public charter schools. Just want to clarify that today we had an opportunity to have one of these public charter schools who were soccer champs of their district here today. What's unique about Valor and every other charter school is they do not get the financial support from their local communities. The state formed a grant pool this year so that they could do that. They have to provide for facilities based upon their own dollars. What this bill would do, it would clearly define and make a clearer definition as to what vacant or underutilized facilities are, and allows the charter school to petition the comptroller's office for an audit of those vacant and underutilized facilities that these the parents of these young, the tax-paying parents of these young individuals hope to use. It allows charter schools to access those vacant properties and underutilized facilities at or below fair market value. And this option would provide charter schools with access to space and access to space that was designed for school use and already financed with taxpayer dollars for traditional public school students. This bill sets up an opportunity for a first right of refusal if a property was to be sold. If that first right of refusal would be exercised, it would be different. The same formulary would be used. That fair market value would be an appraisal by both entities, and those average, so the fair market. The body and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were concerned about what would happen if they did not utilize that facility anymore. And this bill does now adopt the amendment that my representative friend from Shelby County wanted to make sure that if the property were to be sold, it would have to be sold at the same method and mechanism that was before. A first right of refusal is not the opportunity or a requirement to sell. If someone wanted to lease a facility, they could lease the facility, but those facility improvements would be borne on the LEA, but financed in the lease rate. With that, Chair, Mr. Speaker, members, I stand ready for questions and renew my motion.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, is there anywhere in your legislation that requires the purchaser to use this property as a charter school?
Chairman Williams.
It requires that this property cannot be purchased unless they are a charter school.
Representative Mitchell.
So,
but is there anywhere in your legislation that says this property that they purchase, that property has to be used as a charter school? Charter schools buying it, but do they have to use that piece of property as a charter school? And please tell me that section and read it.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One moment, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It does say in Section A on page 3 of the amendment that it says upon execution of a lease agreement that they would be required to do that for that restricted use. As it relates to the purchase of the building, the intent would be that it would be, but in complete transparency, I don't see a language that says it has to be. But the whole intent of the bill is you're a charter school who's entering a purchase agreement with an LEA or municipality to utilize that school for educational purposes.
Representative Mitchell.
You know, that's just my fear, because these big charter corporations across the country, you know, they're not making money off charter schools because they fail. You know, they're creating real estate REITs all over the country, and that's how they're making their money now. So, you know, we're concerned in Metro of them. We have some very valuable land that is now, I have a new high school in my community. The old property is not being used. Probably the most valuable piece of property in Davidson County right now. And again, I suggest to Metro bulldoze it before you ever give it to them. But I just can't understand, you know, why we lease them properties. You know, Metro has 25 charter schools, and 8 of those 25 are leasing out of Metro buildings. And in that lease, you know, their maintenance and utilities are covered. It seems like a smarter business proposition if they were really wanting to have a school and educate kids, that they would want those leases that Metro makes no profit off of it. We're just trying to get the maintenance and the utilities. It looks like it would be a smarter idea for them instead of coming to the state. We give them money to come buy Metro properties at a low cost that they say they're going to use for a school, which I question. And again, my amendment failed, but it seemed absurd for us to revert the property back to the LEA. They're not going to pay for it in the first place. Tennessee tax dollars, we've double funded them in the budget to buy these properties. And that's what's concerning, and if they were successful, it'd be a different story. They won't even put the success rate in their reports anymore. They'll put the rate of success in counties with charter schools. They won't separate out the charter schools by themselves anymore because it's abysmal. It brings down the counties with charter schools in them. The Shelby County scores, Davidson County score. I know Davidson County scores get pulled down by the failing charters. Yes, you had an example up here earlier of a group of young men that accomplished great things. Are all charters bad? No. But when you have a 16% success rate in charters across the country, if you were doing your job at a 16% success rate, you would no longer have your job. And that's my issue with it. My issue is squandering state funds, giving it to these people to be able to come and steal local property. And that's all this bill is doing.
Chairman Williams.
A lot to unpack there from my good friend, but no one's stealing anyone's property. I can appreciate that. You may feel that way, but that's not the reality. In this instance, the monies that you're talking about, the good chair lady in finance clarified earlier that money was moved from one account to the other. It's not doubled in this bill, and that has nothing to do with this bill. This bill just simply creates a mechanism where those public school students can have a place to call home through a lease or a purchase. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to that point, but I guess I didn't hear when the question came, how much in state dollars are we giving our LEAs? I think that number is zero earmarked. I mean, it's built into the formula maybe, but that's pretty much probably coming from the locals. But my question to you is, on that same point, we've always, well, not always, for the last few years, we've given the $15 million for the purchase of facilities for charters. Is that correct?
Chairman Williams.
No, this would be the first year there's a line item in the budget for that.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. So in your introduction of this piece of legislation, you said if a property becomes available, does that mean the local LEA or city or county, because they're owned by multiple people across this great state, they will make the decision that the property is now available, or is that in conjunction with the comptroller? Can the charter school petition the comptroller that says that piece of property should be available? Could you walk me through that process briefly?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Representative, what would happen currently is a local school system or LEA or municipality that has a vacant or underutilized building can have, they're required to have their own list currently. All this says that the definition is better understood and the comptroller becomes an independent third party if there was a discussion as to whether something was truly vacant or underutilized. And he would be the arbiter that decides between the two.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you for that, and that definitely helps me understand it a little better. But again, as I discussed in committee as you presented it, my biggest concern is, especially for these diverse type schools, you know, from Sullivan County all the way, you know, across to Shelby, through all of our, I would say, urban type areas that have, I would say, complex school systems where you may have a paint department housed in a building that was a school, and you have your electricians because they have to go countywide. My concern is those facilities may not be considered educational facilities, but they really are. They're helping educate our children by keeping the lights bright, keeping the walls from chipping and things of that nature. So that's one of my concerns on the definition of underutilized, and that was an issue in Knox County when I was back on commission. But the second concern I have with the underutilized is the example I gave, and that is a pre-K 3 and 4 building that used to be K through 6 in Knox County, now is only for the babies. So they can only use the first floor. It's a 2-story building. That property, as defined by someone, less than 50% utilized, will probably go into the underutilized category. But it's a fully functional, highly successful building. And so my concern is, how does an LEA protect itself? Because not all, but some of these charters are going to be aggressive. You're going to have some bad actors. Thank you. And so how does the LEA and really the community, the overall community, protect itself from things like that? Thank you.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Representative. I think the reason for having clarity as it relates to the definition of what underutilized and vacant is the case. Of course, as you said, some communities, their public school students, whether charter or otherwise, do a really good job of molding together and communicating very well. In your district, I wouldn't expect that would be any different, nor would it be in my district. But in the instance of that case, those other 2 floors would have to be deemed by definition underutilized, and then there would have to be costs associated with doing that in order to even lease that facility, of which would be borne on the charter school company and not the LEA through that lease.
Representative Doggett. Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a few questions for you. Anything in this bill mandate that if a vacant property is available that a charter school inquires, they must be able to enter into a lease agreement or a purchase agreement?
Chairman Williams.
No, sir, it does not. It just sets forth a first right of refusal in the instance that they do.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that would be in the event that the LEA said, we're going to do something with this property. If there's an existing charter school, they could have that opportunity to inquire about the lease or the purchase.
Chairman Williams.
Yes, sir.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also, could, if a charter school was to get this property, could they make major renovations or demolitions or utilize it as a part of an already existing campus for the purposes of maybe a gymnasium for basketball purposes or a field that they could play soccer on?
Chairman Williams.
Yes, sir. They could use those. I think that was part of the desire for the governor to set aside some capital improvement monies for those to help be those last dollars in case they needed to do classrooms or a cafeteria upgrade or something like that. But technically, in this case, that would have to be worked out in the lease agreement. If it was a purchase agreement, then the charter school would be responsible for those improvements.
Representative Doggett.
Thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I appreciate what you're trying to do, and we had some discussions about this bill in committee, and I support what the goal is. The goal being to create access to
unused, underutilized or unused property that is owned by the LEA so that charter schools have access to that. And I understand that we have an issue where some LEAs are not working well with others. And so I support what you're trying to do. My issue is the way this bill is drafted, and it's drafted, and you've mentioned a right of first refusal. It just doesn't operate as a right of first refusal. It operates like an option. And the difference between the two is in a right of first refusal, when a owner of property has a piece of property that they sell and they agree to a contract price with a third party, the right of first refusal gives another person the ability to come in and to assume the terms of that contract. This bill doesn't do that. This bill says a charter school organization can come in and renegotiate that price. So if an LEA sells a piece of property for fair market value, under this bill, it says that the charter school can come in and purchase the property at or below fair market value for educational purposes. And then that's defined as fair market value for educational purposes is determined by taking the average of two separate appraisals conducted by two independent qualified appraisers. So what this bill is giving these charter schools the ability to do is come in and renegotiate the price that an LEA has negotiated with a third party to buy their property. So if they come in and buy it for educational purposes as defined in this bill for less than what the LEA had a contract to buy it for, even though you've amended it to give them the ability to come back later and buy it, that's assuming that the LEA has free access to money and whatnot to be able to buy it back. So I can't support the bill because we're allowing these charter school organizations to come in and interfere with the negotiation that's already been done so that an LEA can't get the highest and best dollar for the property if a charter school decides to come in and interfere and renegotiate by getting two appraisals. So for that purpose, it's not a right of first refusal, it's an option.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. And I wouldn't venture to be a legal scholar in real estate, as I know that you are. But the reason for the language to be the way that it is because in the example that I gave before, a first right of refusal would allow the charter to be able to say no as well as yes based upon whatever those negotiated terms are. The formulary applies when there's not a prospective buyer and it's just the charter school and the LEA. In the instance of the example that you gave, my understanding from the language and what I know about real estate after purchasing a couple of pieces myself, my understanding is that the first right of refusal says if you have buyer A who's been working with the LEA and they're 10% over fair market value, then all it says is the charter has the ability to buy it 10 at that rate or higher. They get the opportunity to say no or to refuse at that rate. So I'm not trying to be divisive or argumentative. I just don't agree with your synopsis of what the first right of refusal in this agreement means.
Representative Barrett.
So again, sponsor, I'm just going by the language that's in the bill. A public charter school operating within geographic boundaries of an LEA, excluding public charter schools in the Achievement School District, has a right of first refusal to purchase vacant property listed by the LEA under this section at or below fair market value for educational purposes. Educational purposes for purposes of this section is determined by taking the average of two separate appraisals conducted by two independent qualified appraisers selected by the LEA and one selected by the public charter school. That has no reference to an actual contract between the LEA and a third party for what they've agreed to sell the property for. So this gives them the right to renegotiate the purchase price.
Chairman Williams, anything?
No comment.
All right. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the sponsor, for bringing this. We've been working on this for a number of years, ever since we authorized charters in Tennessee back in 2002, took the cap off in 2011. This has been an issue that our charter schools have the proper facilities. And I just want to address one thing. We have a very strong authorizing policy in Tennessee. If you want to become a charter, you either got to go through the local LEA and or the Charter Commission. And if they ever tried to use that building for anything else, they would violate the contract of that policy. So that would not be possible. And also,
I'm sorry, Chairman White, go ahead.
and also moving forward with our charter schools, this has been an issue because a lot of times when these buildings that are vacant or underutilized, there's a lot of deferred maintenance. In my county and our public schools, there's $650 million worth of deferred maintenance. So when the charter does take over one of these, they got a lot of deferred maintenance to catch up on. So I appreciate the sponsor for what he's trying to do for our public charter schools.
Chairman Williams, anything?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 135 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 63, 26 nay, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 135 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2261 by Representative Wright and others relative to group homes.
Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2261 on third and final consideration.
Representative Wright moves passage. Public secretary, Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation defines a home for the age that has 3 or fewer non-related persons subject to licensure and regulation by the department to help provide relatively permanent residential care. This housing could be happening now, but only find out about it by report of neglect. Sets up a program to go check. I ask your support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Wright renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2261, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 1 present, not voted.
House Bill 2261 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most read series table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1830 by Chair Lady Littleton and others relative to judicial districts. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Littleton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2855.
Chair Lady Littleton moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2855 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2855 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Littleton moves passage of Senate Bill 2855 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Littleton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as of September 1, 2024, this bill creates the 23rd Judicial District, 1 additional circuit court to be designated on Division 4. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Lady Littleton renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And to the sponsor, this bill is funded by new money, or are we shifting old money?
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe we've shifted some old money.
Representative Hardaway.
So this would be dollars coming from the 30th from the two currently vacant, but also on the ballot, we're accepting applicants to actually, for judges, and if that money is being shifted, then it makes that a moot issue unless we have some other means. And I'm trying to figure out the logic of when we have judgeships, whether they're vacant or not, instead of adding new money to fund new positions, that we start playing tic-tac-toe or whack-a-mole, because every time we kill one, another one, there's still a need statewide.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I misspoke. This is new money that came from the governor's office. He sent a letter of finance for me. So this is new money.
Representative Hardaway.
All right, if it's new money, then I'm fine with it. And I would ask that my members consider new money for the other judgeships that need to be funded. Shelby County needs its judges. We already have a backlog. We've got judges that don't have complete judicial assistance. So I don't know whether yours includes a judicial assistant to go with it. But if so, I congratulate you, because the judges do a lot of work off the bench. In fact, my conversations and my observations say that judges do most of their work off the bench, whether it's reading and researching, whether it's actually having to compose the responses and to the different motions that are put before them. So I'm happy that you have judicial positions that are new money. So, and thank you for not taking dollars from another part of the state, because at the end of the day, this is all justice for Tennesseans. And if we're, I have to keep moving so I can see you. But this judicial system, this justice system is numbered because we're all part of the same system. So I thank you for recognizing that we need to support each other's judicial positions and judicial assistant positions. So thank you, ma'am.
Chair Lady Littleton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those words. And we've worked on this for several years, and we know that there are a lot of places that need new judges, and we're very thankful that we're getting one for the 23rd Judicial District. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2855 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, is any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays.
Senate Bill 2855 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2494 by Chairman Hurt and others relative to education funding for students admitted to residential mental health facilities. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2933.
Chairman Hurt moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2933 without objection. So ordered, Chairman Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2933 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Hurt moves passage of Senate Bill 2933 on third and final consideration. Properly second. Mr. Clerk, call for first amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation is cleanup legislation from a bill that we passed a couple of years ago that allows education dollars to flow to residential mental health facilities that have schools and serve Tennessee children when there's no other in-state facility to provide these specialized mental health services to the child. We worked with the Department of Education to come up with this language, and hopefully this will allow them to receive the payment for the education services they provide for Tennessee children. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Hurt renews the motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, we talked a little bit about this. The idea is that monies would first go to facilities that are in our state before dollars would be being spent to serve our students outside of our state. Is that correct?
Chairman Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's not part of this legislation. That was part of the original, but yes, that's the intent, is for the students to be served in state. And if there are no possibilities to be served in state and they have to go out of state to receive services, that's the next step.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, thank you, sponsor.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2933 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 2933 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Joint Resolution 1353 by Representative Vital, a resolution to honor the Underwood family on the 50th anniversary of Collegedale Central Exxon.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of House Joint Resolution 1353.
Representative Vital moves adoption. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, any amendments been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Vital, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This resolution simply honors 3 generations of the Underwood family of Collegedale on the 50th anniversary of their Collegedale Exxon station. And with that, I renew my motion. Thank you.
Representative Vital renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1353 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, nay.
House Joint Resolution 1353 having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1781 by Chairman Reagan, relative to the University of Tennessee Board of Trustees. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 1638.
Chairman Reagan moves substitute form Senate Bill 1638 without objection. So ordered. Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1638 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 1638 on third and final consideration. By second, Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill extends the UT Board of Trustees for 4 years to 2028. I renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 18 nays.
Senate Bill, previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1638 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 1 nay.
Senate Bill 1638 having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. Motion reconsiders table. All right, call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2200 by Representative McCalman, relative to alcoholic beverages. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2129.
Representative McCalman moves to substitute and form Senate Bill 2129. Proper second without objection. So ordered. Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2129 on third and final consideration.
Representative McCalman moves passage of Senate Bill 2129 on third and final consideration. Proper second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment. We move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative McCallum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does is it provides a permissive virtual ID verification for the purchase of alcohol sales in places such as Whole Foods. Currently, we're using this within the state for non-alcoholic purchases in Bridgestone and airports. This would just allow somebody to, on their own volition, to upload their ID and be able to scan it and check out, similar to self-checkout in a grocery store for alcoholic purchases at Whole Foods. And with that, I renew my motion.
Representative McCallum renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2129, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 64, 22 nays, 5 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2129 having received constitutional majority, by clerk passed without objection. The motion to table. Reconsider is table. Leader Lambert, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up the House message calendar dated Wednesday, April the 17th, 2024.
Proper motion, probably seconded without objection. Call up first message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1012 by Chairman Grills relative to county officers on April 15, 2024. The Senate substituted House Bill 1012 for Senate Bill 1493, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 1012 as amended.
Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate Amendment number 2.
Representative Grill moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this legislation is regarding the constable fees or the sheriff fees, and the amendment just changes the effective date. Is that correct?
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct. It allows for legislative bodies to pass a resolution to supplement their pay, and also changes the fee schedule.
Chairman Clemens.
So it's permissive.
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not the fee schedule, but the county's ability to supplement the constable's pay.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 83, 8 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Amendment number 2, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare it concurring without objection. Most considered taken. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
That completes that particular message calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Next message calendar, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House has a message calendar dated Thursday, April 18th. First item, Senate Bill 2103 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to franchise taxes. Mr. Speaker, on April 17, 2024, the Senate refused to recede from its non-concurrence in House Amendment number 1 and appointed a conference committee.
Leader Lamberth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Leader Lamberth moves to accede to the request of the Senate and asks that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members: Leader Lamberth, Chairman Williams, Chair Lady Hazelwood, Chairman Hicks of Hawkins, and Representative Miller. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2151 by Representative Carringer relative to public health. Mr. Speaker, on April 17, 2024, the Senate refused to recede from its non-concurrence in House Amendment 1 and appointed a conference committee.
Representative Carringer, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to receive the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Carringer moves to accede to the request of the Senate, ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Without objection, the motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Carringer, Chairman Terry, Chairman Hawk, Representative Davis, and Representative Shaw. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2326 by Chairman Hicks relative to education. Mr. Speaker, on April 17, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 2326 for Senate Bill 2183, adopted Amendment 2, and passed House Bill 2326 as amended.
Chairman Hicks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Senate amendment only provides one growth measure, requires costly TN all-core tutoring, no options for parents to choose between summer school and tutoring, and also it sets a 2-year sunset. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move to non-concur with the Senate in Amendment number 2.
Without objection, we non-concur. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2641 by Leader Lamberth and others relative to sales tax. Mr. Speaker, on April 17, 2024, the Senate substituted House Bill 2641 for Senate Bill 2520, adopted Amendment 1, passed House Bill 2641 as amended.
Leader Lamberth, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in Senate Amendment number 1.
Leader Lamberth moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 1. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could you please explain this amendment and how it affects the general substance of the legislation?
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I knew you were going to ask that. I should have said that a second ago. I was trying to fix the mic here. Chairman Hicks broke it before he left. So it does exactly what the paragraph says there. It says in the context of a tax authorized under the Local Option Revenue Act, it establishes that the city tax rate what that means in regard to the county tax rate. So it just matches it up. It's more clerical than anything else, but it does change the structure on how the city and county taxes work together. Remember, this is the bill that allows a city to reduce their local grocery tax, but they're obviously going to have to work with the county because there's a distinction there.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the Senate didn't screw it up?
Leader Lambert.
No, we're working well together. So,
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Any objections to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wishes to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 4 nays.
Senate Amendment number 1, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes that message calendar. However, we have a new message from the Senate on the desk. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Bill 2159. The Senate refused to recede from an action in adopting Senate Amendment number 1.
Representative Barrett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our action in non-concurring in Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Barrett moves to refuse to recede from our action in non-concurring in the Senate Amendment number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Without objection, the motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Barrett, Chairman Todd, Representative Capley, Chairman Doggett, and Representative Freeman. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, there are no further messages on the desk at this time.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of HJR 1438 after conferring with the leader.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption, please.
House Joint Resolution 1438 by Leader Camper, a resolution to honor and commend Medtronic on the occasion of its 75th anniversary.
You've heard the captions. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of HJR 1438.
Leader Camper moves
I move
adoption of House
adoption.
Joint Resolution 1438. Probably seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Joint Resolution 1438, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. I declare it without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, you're recognized. All right, Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend Rule 60B1 of the 113th General Assembly's permanent rules of order for the remainder of the 2024 session.
That's the proper motion, probably seconded. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of suspending 61B, is that right? 60B1, sorry, 60B1, which is, that's the amendment filing deadline for the floor. All those in favor of the motion? No. Chairman Clemens, would you like to explain what you're trying to do, please?
I'd love to, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Leader. All this motion would do is suspend Rule 60B1, which concerns the amendment filing deadline for floor amendments. In the past, we have suspended that rule, and we did not this year in the FLOMO, so I would like to add that to the FLOMO, essentially.
All right. That's a motion. All those in favor of the motion, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 69 nays.
Motion fails. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After conferring with the minority leader, I move that House Bill 1061 be heard in the Business Utilities Subcommittee this week.
You've heard the motion. Any objections? Without objection, so ordered. Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I anticipate objection on this, but I move that House Bill 2310 be heard in the Finance Subcommittee next week.
Okay. Just to clarify, House Bill 1061 heard in Business Utilities Subcommittee next week. We are currently on House Bill 2310 to be heard in Finance Subcommittee next week. You've heard the motion. Any objections? There's objection. We're on the board. Are we ready? Members, everyone in favor of House Bill 2310 being heard in Finance Subcommittee next week, vote yes when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 71, 21 nays.
So ordered. Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to put House Bill 2729 on the next available space, next available calendar.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Without objection. Representative Hardaway, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry, sir.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I should have consulted with both leaders on that before making that motion. Since then, I have consulted with both leaders, and I will not make that error again.
All right, well. All right, you've heard the motion. Any objections? So ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Announcements.
Announcements. Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you are part of the Business Utilities Subcommittee, the meeting that we were going to have today has been postponed. We will now be meeting on Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. in House Hearing Room 1. Again, that is the Business Utilities Subcommittee, Tuesday morning, 8 a.m., House Hearing Room 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Olsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Criminal Justice Full will meet at 9 a.m. Tuesday in Room 1. That's 9 a.m. Tuesday, Room 1.
Chairman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Backed by popular demand, Commerce will follow Business and Utilities on Tuesday morning. I suspect it'll be probably 8:15-ish. We look forward to seeing you there.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Government Operations Committee will meet at 10 a.m. on Tuesday morning in House Hearing Room 1.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members' calendar and rules will meet immediately following finance on Tuesday morning. Thank you.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. One, I felt to do this during welcoming and honoring my grandmother, God rest her soul, would have turned 80 today, my mother's mother. And so I want to wish my Grandma McGuinn a happy heavenly birthday. And thank you for my amazing mom, because she's the best in the world. And want to also thank the people who continue to show up, and just want to keep appreciating people who are engaging in our democratic process despite being kicked out and removed. People keep fighting. And so keep fighting, y'all. Thank you all for your objections too. It shows that the
Chairman Hicks. Chairman Hicks, you're recognized. Chairman Hicks of Hawkins.
There we go. My light's not on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Finance, Ways and Means Subcommittee will be meeting Tuesday in House Hearing Room 1 at 10:30.
Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Full Finance will meet immediately following House Sub-Finance Committee.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. The Common Sense Caucus will be organizing this evening. If you have your invitation, there's a reason. If you don't have your invitation, there's a reason. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a moment, I believe Leader Cochran will be making a motion, or we moving for us to adjourn to a specific time period. But members, I know a lot of us are moving around at that time. It will be Monday at noon is my understanding. And so when we leave today, you'll be back, need to be back Monday at noon unless you're on one of these committees or have other responsibilities.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 91 members present.
Leader Cochran, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until noon on Monday, April 22nd, 2024.
Without objection, the House stands in recess till noon on Monday, April 22nd, 2024.